Right, final call for members of the public. Can I ask you to please make your way back now to one of the two public viewing areas. There's the main area where you came in and parked, if you can make your way back down there. Or if you wish to go to the other smaller area, which is at the other end of the paddock, the top end, I would call it. There's a small viewing area there. You can get back to the main car park from that area by just going out through the gate that's just behind that viewing area. Go down the road, and that will actually take you past the big marquee we've got down there at the bottom of our camping field. There's also a food outlet there, so if you want hot food or drinks, that's down there. You can access that all day, whether you're at the top end spectator area or down in the main car park. It's just a case of which way to go around the lake. Right, that's it. The 10-minute board. The siren is now up. So we're 10 minutes away from the start of the first race. So for those members of the public that have come in fairly recently, welcome to Whittlebury. And yeah, if this is the first time you've actually seen the racing, then what I'll do is I'll give you a brief overview of what Formula is coming up and a brief overview of what that formula is about. So our first race out, we've got a combination of Formula 50, Formula 3s and Formula 35s. So Formula 50, designed originally around the Rotax 503 engines, twin-cylinder air-cooled, 50 horsepower. They have to run in its standard format, so no special carbs or exhausts. And there is a weight restriction on that particular formula as well. The Formula 3s, that's up to 250cc two-stroke, 500cc four-stroke. And then you've got the Formula 35s. They run industrial four-stroke engines. And it is a 35 horsepower limit, but that is the total of all the engines on board. So generally, it's something like a 5 horsepower for lift, and then the rest for thrust. All the races today will be 8 laps, apart from the Colts, and they'll be doing 6. So the races start on a 4-3-4-3 grid formation. And they'll be started on a sequence of lights. So the grid is now starting to form up quite well. Right, so 5 weeks ago, we had our World Championships in Germany. So this weekend, we have, I think, the majority of the world champions here racing. The first one of those is in pole position for this race, Josh Morales, number 43. On second spot is Jake Trussler, number 110. And then we've got Hannah Deacon, 111. Looking for 117, Elliot Folland. Hasn't appeared yet. He should be the last one on that front row. They're all Formula 50s. Second row, just dropping into best position, is number 69, Laura Turnbull, again a Formula 50. Then we've got a gap. That should be Team Drew, Nick Drew. I know he's had issues, so those issues look as though they may be continuing. Then we got 145. That's the first of the Formula 3s. Charlie Moore, 145. Elliot Folland just now coming through to complete that front row. 117 is Formula 50. Row 3, we got 144. Richard, hang on. I'm not sure which pound it is. I'll need to check my sheet. Oh, younger pound. Oh, right, okay, I've got Dad here behind me. So it's Harry Pound in 144 for this race. They do try and keep me on my toes. A lot of these crafts in all the races do race as teams, so it's any combination of friends, family members. In this case, it's son taking it out this time. So that's 144. Then we got 51, Georgia Olner should be there, but she's not there at the moment. Fred Reynolds, 158, is there, Formula 50. It's Fred Reynolds' birthday today, so hopefully Fred will have a great race. Fred Reynolds, happy birthday. Not that we wish to rub it in, we won't mention any ages, but yeah. Alongside that is number 48, Josh Trussler. Right, number 81, Nick Drew in that Formula 50 has made it onto the second row of the grid, so that row is now complete. Row 4, we got 75, and that is Mark Allman. Then we got Nancy Devlin, 67. Nancy's in a Formula 3. Then got 59, just dropped into position. That's a Formula 50, Oscar Lewington. Down at the very back, we got 86, That's on row 5, I think. And that's Ben Lambert, 86 in the Formula 50. And then we've got the Formula 35, Zoe Deacon, 171. So 8 laps for all the races apart from the Colts. They'll only be doing 6 laps. Oh, I've missed out Serena Hackett somewhere on the grid. Ah, right, okay, she's just popped onto my screen. 116, Serena Hackett in Formula 50. Right, we're on the 2-minute board. 2 minutes away from the start now. So they'll go off the grid. They'll go into a turn, a loop around, and then they'll go to another marker before they drop onto the water and then come along the lake, right in front of the main spectator area, make that turn at the marker board, and then come back onto the land. We're now on the 1-minute board, 1 minute away from the start. I think we got something like 17 craft on the grid. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Yeah, I thought so. It's a false start. I thought I spotted somebody a bit quick on the throttle there, so it's a false start. I'm not quite sure who that was. I'll see who gets spoken to. Right, so we've pretty much got the grid reformed. Looks so Laura's got a small issue with the skirt segments on the front of the craft there. That's all fixed. So all good. Well, it wasn't clear who jumped the lights. I think there may have been several drivers there that were a bit twitchy on the throttle. So here we go. We're coming up to the lights again. And we are now on the lights. Here we go. Oh, we got creeping again. Further back, Harry Pound, 144, I think was the first one. Then 145, Charlie Moore. And I think, was there somebody on the front row? Maybe not. Right, here we go again. Attempt number 3. Amber a clean start. Amber away, and it's the world champion Josh Morales, 43 into the turn first. And that looks like Jake Trussler, 110 in second, then Hannah Deacon, 111, then Elliot Fuller, 117, then Nick Drew, 81, 69, Laura Turnbull, Harry Pound in that Formula 3, 144, and Josh Trussler, 48. And now I've lost it, so I'll pick them up as they come through. So Josh Morales, 43, already starting to open up a gap to second spot. Jake Trussler, 110. Then Nick Drew is now up to third in 81. Elliot Fulham, 117. In fourth, fifth is Hannah Deacon, 111. 69, Laura Turnbull. 144, Harry Pound. Josh Trussler, 48. 145, Charlie Moore. 86, Ben Lambert. 158, Fred Reynolds. 59. That is Oscar Lewington, and then Serena Hackett, then Mark Ullman, and they're still coming through 167. Nancy Devlin, then Zoe Deacon 171 in the F35, bringing up the rear. And our leader already coming through to complete lap 2. So 2 laps completed now already. The world champion pulling away nicely. The battle is on for second, third, and fourth. It's still very close. 110, Jay Trussler holding off. 81 Nick Drew at the moment, with Elliot Fulham 117 and Hannah Deacon 111. Those 4 battling for position as they go to drop down to the water. So Josh Morales dropping down to the water. Number 43 has now caught the back markers and starting to put them a lap down. And that battle for second, third, fourth is going on. They're now getting caught up with the back markers as well. So we could suddenly see a change of positions on this next lap. Four laps completed now. Midpoint in the race for our leader. Second going through, Jay Trussler's got Nick Drew on his tail as he goes round the turn in front of me. Then 117, Elliot Fulham, 111, Hannah Deacon. Those 4 getting in amongst the back markers now. Nick Drew, 81, all over the back of 110. Jay Trussler as they drop down to the water. Nick looking possibly the inside line as they drop out of my view to go onto the water. There could be a challenge for that second spot as they go up the lake. No. Jake Trussler has managed to ease the gap. They must have got caught up at the back markers. 5 laps completed now. The leader way gone and cleared the rest of the field. The world champion, Josh Morales, number 43. Second, third, fourth, fifth. Just gone through the line. That train of 4 cleared the rest of the field. We've lost one craft, and I think that may be... I'll just trying to work that out. I've just spotted we've got 2 craft out, so Serena Hackett is out. That group of 4 has just gone through. It's still 110 in second. Nick Drew, 81 in third. Fourth is Elliot Folland, 117. And just dropping back very slightly now, Hannah Deacon in 111. The last lap board is now up. 1 lap to go. Our leader just making the turn to drop onto the water. It's still 43, Josh Morales. Jake Trussell just going through in second, still being chased by Nick Drew, 81, then Elliot Folland, 117, then 111, and the Deacon. So Josh Morales, the world champion, takes the win, number 43. That's for the Formula 50s. Looking back and for the second spot, it is at the moment still Jake Trussler. He's holding on to that second spot. He's a happy bunny. So Jake Trussler, 110, takes second. Right behind in third is 81 Nick Drew. Then Elliot Folland, 117 in fourth. And fifth goes to 111 Hannah Deacon. And, well, we already mentioned Jake Trussler going through. Josh Trussler, his brother, has just gone through in sixth spot, number 48. 59 Oscar Lewington broke down during the race. He's going back to the paddock on a trailer. So after Josh Trussler in sixth, number 48 in seventh, we've got 69 Laura Turnbull. Then we got the first place for the Formula 3s, Harry Pound 144, and then 145 Charlie Moore in second spot for the Formula 3s. And then for the Formula 50s, we carry on with Ben Lambert 86, Mark Allman 75, Fred Reynolds 158. Fred must have gone out in a Formula 3 number. Yes, I've just spotted that. And then Nancy Devlin 167. Then the first, obviously for the Formula 35, Zoe Deacon 171. She was the only one out there. And then finishing off the rest, 116 Serena Hackett, then 59 Oscar Lewington. So our next group up are the Colts. So the Colts are aged 10 to 13 years of age, and they are restricted in what they can run engine-wise, but the overriding factor is the amount of thrust that they can actually produce. So there's no point in getting an engine that fits the category and tuning it to the nth degree, because ultimately, at the end of the day, you can only produce a certain amount of thrust. And you will notice on some of the craft, number 5 just coming out now, there is a blanking board in front of the thrust fan to reduce the air going in to bring it within the actual thrust limit. So the Colts will be doing 6 laps. In pole position is number 4, Theo Spedding. In second spot is Lucas Rhodes, number 5. Third spot, we're still waiting for. That's Emily Lewandon. Now, Emily had a major fail on her craft yesterday with the engine, so she ended up borrowing her craft. That would have been Tyler Reynolds' craft, number 158. Tyler himself is the new world champion in Colts. Emily came second. And Tyler has already got the UK Championship sewn up, so he lent his craft to Emily. They come from the same team. And so we'll have to see whether Emily actually makes it out onto the grid. She should be in third spot. Completing the front row, number 82, James Cooper. And then on row 2, we've got number 95, Dylan Clark. Uh, 153, yeah, I just spotted coming through the paddock behind me. So 153, Emily London will be coming onto the grid into third spot. Right, we're on the 2-minute board. So 6 laps for these Colts. There's 5 craft in this race. And we're now on the 1-minute board. 1 minute away from the start. There we go. We're on the lights. Oh! Jump start by number 4, Theo Spedding, just a bit too twitchy on that throttle. Just going to pull him back into position. No reverse mode on these craft, or any of the craft at all. So being manhandled back into position. Right, let's have another go. There we go, we're on the lights again. And a clean start this time. Oh, Emily London, 153, off to a great start. She goes off into the lead. So Emily not in her own craft. She's borrowed that craft off the Tyler's. And so she's already opened up a small gap. Theo Spedding number 4 in second. Third is 5, Lucas Rhodes. Then 82, James Cooper. And then 95, Dylan Clark. So with one lap gone, Emily Lewington already with the lead. Just needs to keep it clean. Second spot going through, Theo Speddy, number 4. Then third is number 5, Lucas Rhodes. Then James Cooper in number 82. Then 95, Dylan Clark. So with 2 laps gone, Emily still opening up that gap very slightly. Theo in second. Number 4, he's still got Lucas Rhodes, number 5, still within striking distance. Then we've got a bit of a gap to 82, James Cooper, and then 95, Dylan Clark. So those two battling there for that last spot. And looks like our leader, Emily Lewington, is going to be catching the tail enders, possibly on this lap, or if not the next. We're now midpoint in the race. 3 laps gone. Theo in second spot. Number 4 has opened up the gap very slightly now to Lucas in number 5. So as the last one goes through the line, that's 95, Dylan Clark. Our leader goes through just behind. Emily Lewington 153. So she just needs to find a clean section of the course to make that pass on this lap. Make sure she doesn't get caught up because Theo Spedding is, well, not that far behind in second spot, number 4. Of course, we got Lucas Rhodes, number 5, also not that far behind either. So, okay, so Emily Lewington makes the pass on Lucas, but Lucas gets it wrong going up. Is that Lucas getting it wrong going up the lake? I think it may have been. So last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. Emily Lewington, 153 goes through. Theo Spedding goes through in second. Number 4. Then Lucas coming through, number 5 in third. So out of the lake for the last time. Our leader comes through, 153, Emily Lewington to take the win. Theo Spedding, number 4, takes second. And coming through in third, number 5, Lucas Rhodes. And fourth across the line, James Cooper, 82, but a lap down, as is Dylan Clark, number 95, who comes through in 5th. Right, so that's our Colts peeling back to the paddock. Our next group up, we're now looking at upping the pace quite considerably now. We're looking at the Formula 2s and the Formula 1s. So Formula 2s up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. There will be at least one 4-stroke out there. Number 89, Peter Symes-Thompson. He'll be on the front row. The Formula 1s, unlimited capacity. We're now talking horsepower rather than cc. They are generally running anywhere between 180 and 230 horsepower for thrust, plus a lift engine. They're 0 to 60. They will out-accelerate most standard road cars. So it just gives you an idea of the pace. They'll top out at around about the 80-mile-an-hour mark. Pole sitter for this race will be the new world champion, Michael Metzler. Has come all the way from Germany this weekend to race in the UK Championships. So number 5 dropping into position now. Michael Metzler, let's say the new world champion, Formula 1, come all the way from Germany to race in this UK round of the championships. Number 5 there, Pinkcraft. Alongside him, number 1, Callum Bill, who came second in the World Championships. Then we get to the Formula 2s. In third spot on the front row is 77 George Barnes. Then 89 Peter Symes-Thompson running that big 4-stroke. Again, Formula 2. Row 2, we got Dave Palfrey, number 61. That's a Formula 2. Row 3, we've got 119. That's a Formula 2. And that is Jake Trussler. Yeah, he was out earlier in a Formula 50 craft. He's now taking out the Formula 2. Alongside him is a Formula 1, number 2, Cy Francis. And just dropping into row 2, number 25, Stevie Milligan. That's a Formula 1. And also dropping into row 2, number 7. And that is Aaron Sutton, again a Formula 1. So coming back to row 3, after Cy Francis, that Formula 1 number 2, we got a gap that should be 98, and I think that's going to be Ricky Goosey this time. But that gap is not being filled at the moment. Then we got 68, Adam Turnbull. Adam not able to race his Formula 2 this weekend. It all went a bit wobbly in the practice yesterday. So he's had to use a Formula 50 craft to keep his points rolling. And then on row 4, we got number 46, Luke Hudson, another one that's using a 4-stroke, and that is a Formula 2. So we're up to 8 laps now. Right, we're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. And we got 11 craft on the grid. So there we go. 2 minutes away from the start now. 2 minutes. So number 1, Callum Beale, his dad was out racing in the yesterday in that same craft, and the engine seized, so they've had to do a lot of work on that thrust engine overnight. It's back up and running. It seemed to be all right in practice this morning, so hopefully we'll have a good battle between number 1 and number 5. That's the Formula 1s, and the battle for the Formula 2s between George Barnes 77 and 89, Peter Simons Thompson. Right, 1 minute away from start now. There we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Great start by George Barnes in that Formula 2, but it is the Formula 1s that go on first. 5, Michael Metzner goes into the turn first, then 1, then 77, 89, 25, 119, 2, 7, 68, 61, 46. So the 2 Formula 1s are already starting to ease the gap to the Formula 2s. Michael Metzner leads out of the lake, number 5, but he is being chased by Callum Beale, number 1. Right, third spot. It's the Formula 2, 77 George Barnes, 89 Peter Simons Thompson. Then the Formula 1, 25 Stevie Milligan. So back to the leaders, the 2 front runners. Michael Metzner has got Callum Beale all over the back of him as they exit the lake. And Callum looking to try and find a way through. Michael closing the door as they cross the line. 2 laps completed now. So the drop to the water. I'm looking at the Formula 2s, 77, 89, then the Formula 1, 25, then another Formula 1, 2. Those 4 in a battle of their own. Back to the 2 front runners, the 2 Formula 1s. Callum Beale all over the back of the Michael Metzner. Haven't been able to find a way through. This time he takes a wide sweep, see if he can do the cut back as they go round the turn. Not quite making it this time. Trying to force Michael into making a mistake. They drop to the water. They are nose to tail. The four-way battle now dropping to the water. It's 77, 89, 25, 2. Back to the two front runners coming out of the lake. They're now going to catch the back markers. So we could see a change of position here. Oh no, Callum Beale's dropped out. Callum Beale's lost the thrust again. And Callum Beale is out of the race. He's completely gone. So Callum Beale out of the race. Looks like that engine's given up again and has crashed out into the catch netting right in front of me. So Michael Metzner off into a clear lead now. The pressure is off. So I'm coming back to the Formula 2s in going across the line in second spot overall, but the first in the Formula 2s is George Barnes, 77. 89, Peter Symes Thompson dropping back very slightly in second spot for the Formula 2s, but he's still got a Formula 1 behind him, Stevie Milligan, 25, and then Cy Francis, another Formula 1 number 2. They're just about to drop onto the water now with 5 laps gone. 6 laps gone now. The leader goes through. So the last lap board now being prepared for Michael Metzner, number 5, the Formula 1 out of the lake. The last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. George Barnes, 77, out of the lake. He's in second overall, but the lead F2 craft, he goes through the line. Peter Symes Thompson, that big 4-stroke, not quite able to live with the pace. He goes through in third overall, but second for the Formula 2s. And then the second of the Formula 1s goes through the line. Stevie Milligan, 25. And Michael Metzner goes through to take the win. An easy win in the end for Michael Metzner, number 5, the world champion. The challenge from Callum Beale, number 1. Well, it wasn't to be. Again, the thrust engine on Callum's craft giving out. So George Barnes goes through number 77 to take the win for the Formula 2s. Peter Symes Thompson goes through in second for the Formula 2s, number 89. Second for the Formula 1s is 25, Stevie Milligan. Third for the Formula 2s is 119, Jake Trussler. Then we've got Adam Turnbull, 68. Third overall for the F1s is Aaron Sutton, number 7. And then we got 8th overall is Luke Hudson, 46. Just trying to work out where he came in the Formula 2s. To maybe 5th. I'm getting a nod from my lap scorer here, who's just checking the positions. Oh, Luke Hudson got 5th. Okay, Luke Hudson got 5th in that Formula 2. So, Callum Beale, driver's okay. They're just getting that craft onto the trailer now, get it back to the paddock. Just a bit of work to be done. The kids catch netting. get that reinstated whilst we get the next group out onto the grid. Next group up are the juniors. Right, so our juniors, aged 13 to 16 years of age, they are restricted in what they can run. As a general guide, it's the Formula 3 specification craft, so that's up to 250cc two-stroke, 500cc four-stroke, or the Formula 50 craft, which is based around the Rotax 503. It's a twin-cylinder air-cooled, 50 horsepower. They're also allowed to use the Formula 35 specification craft as well, which is uses the industrial four-stroke engines, but a total onboard capacity of 35 horsepower. So, for those of you that have come in fairly recently, welcome to Whittlebury. We're in our first block of racing. We're on schedule time-wise at the moment. We are now coming into the junior race. Then we'll have a novice race, open race, before we open up the paddock, at which point you're then more than welcome to come in and have a look around. So whilst we're just waiting for this next group to come up, I'll mention that if you do go away today and think to yourself, oh, mind having a go at this. So this year, for the first time, we've got a new facility available, which has been taken up quite extensively. And we've got a Formula 50 craft, which you can now hire either for a day or 2 days of racing. You will see one of those drivers out today in the novice race. But if you're sort of thinking you'd like to have a go, then that facility is there. It's called Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race. It's organised by the Hover Club of Great Britain, which is what is the overall governing body for this race meeting. That covers the whole of the UK. And you look at a cost of £195 for 1 day, £325 for 2 days. As I say, if you go to the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk, look for the Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race. That'll give you the details there. It'll also give you the direct email link to the people that organise that. And that's info@hovercraft.org.uk. Obviously, we're at the end of our race season now, so that'll be looking forward to next year. Now, if you do want to go and look at some of the racing, not just this event, but other events, we do put out a live feed from a lot of our events. We're putting out a live feed this weekend. So if you go into YouTube and look for Whittlebury2, because this is the second event we've done here this year, then you'll be able to see the racing from this weekend. Another good option is to, if you're into the Reels part of Facebook, then Hovercraft Racing Reels. That's Hovercraft Racing Reels. The guy that does that has been got started on that this year, and he's posted a lot of video clips and also interviews, not only from the UK meetings, but also our World Championships 5 weeks ago in Germany. So that's Hovercraft Racing Reels, lots of clips on there and interviews from the drivers. And our grid is now formed up, so I'm going to switch to talking about those. Our pole sitter for this race, number 44, Lily Elston, came third at the World Championships in juniors. Tom Hudson came second at the Worlds, so he's in second spot on the front row there, number 46. Maya Barlow, number 7, came fourth. She's at the World Championships. She's third on the front row there. That's Maya, number 7. Then completing the front row, number 24, Joe Smith. Row 2, we got Ollie Bran in number 1, last year's junior champion. Dropped a race, I think, yesterday, so hence he's down the field there alongside Oliver. And Oliver is a local driver. Alongside Oliver is number 9, Curris Rhodes. And then completing row 2 is Harley Allman, number 75. So the juniors, they do the full 8 laps. Now, juniors, yeah, they are restricted in what they can run. This is a restriction on CC rather than the amount of thrust, which is... right, I'm just listening on the radio. We're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. So the catch netting has been reinstated in front of me. Right, the drivers are being shown 2 boards. It's the 2-minute board, but also another board with H. So that means the drivers know that the race has been held for the moment. I'm just waiting for an update on what that is for. Maybe the catch netting here, I'm not sure. But basically that 2 minutes is now frozen in time, which means that anybody that wants to come out to the grid now to join this race, if they were on the original grid list, they forfeited their position now, and they will have to start from the paddock exit. I don't think that is the case. I think we've got them all here, but that procedure is in place at the moment. So another way of following things with the racing, you can follow us on Twitter/X, Facebook and Instagram, and the handle for all 3 of those is @official HCGB. So Facebook, Twitter/X, Instagram, handle for all 3 of those is @official HCGB. So this is the final day of our not only this weekend, but obviously the whole championship. So there's still points up for grabs to decide the overall positions for each of the formulas. So when we do get to the break, you've got 2 options. You can either stay where you are, or you can go walk back the way you drove in, walk across the grass, and that will take you to the bottom end of our camping field. And there's a food outlet there doing hot food and drinks. So that's one option. You can also carry on round the road and brings you up into another small spectator area at the by our paddock. That's another option if you want to see a different view. And obviously, if you do want to come straight to the paddock, then obviously you look to your right and come anti-clockwise around the lake. Follow the road through. You'll take you through a gate which is currently closed, and you'll be able to come up into the paddock. That is obviously during the break. We do keep the paddock closed to members of the public for safety reasons whilst racing is on. Right, we're coming up to the 2-minute board. Right, we're 2 minutes away from the start now. 2 minutes. Right, we've already gone through the 1 minute board. We're coming up to the lights very shortly now. There we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Great start by Lily Elson, number 44, the pole sitter for the race. 46. Tom Hudson slots into second, or does he? Joe Smith off to a great start, but it is Tom Hudson goes into second. Then it's 7, Maya Barlow. 1, Ollie Brand. 24, Joe Smith. Then Carriage Rose, number 9. Then 75, Harley Allman. So going through the line, here we go. It's a change of places. Maya Barlow, number 7, has moved up into second. So it's Lily Elson, 44, leading. Maya Barlow, 7 in second. Then it's Ollie Brand, number 1 in third. Tom Hudson dropping down the field into fourth. 46 is under pressure from Joe Smith, 24, and Carriage Rose, number 9. Then it's Harley Allman, 75, going through. And the race has been stopped. I can't see the incident, but the race has been stopped. And that looks as though it may have happened down by the drop onto the water. So it's out of my view. Unfortunately, the landscape here doesn't allow me to see down to the water. I can hear engines running, but right. So what's going to happen now is that that race will be rerun. Not enough laps on the chart, so that race will be rerun. It will be directly after the next race. So the novices will be called forward very shortly. Right, I just heard over the radio the driver involved is fine, so no issues there. So whilst we're waiting for the that incident to be cleared, as I say, the novices are up next. So novices are allowed to use any the main Formula craft, even the Formula Ones, but if they do use a Formula One, then it is restricted on the amount of thrust they can produce. And novices have to do 15 races before they qualify up. And I've just heard in the background, we're 10 minutes away from the start of this race, next race. And generally the choice of craft for new novices coming in is generally the sort of Formula 3, Formula 50 specification craft. That's a good entry coming in. We do have occasions where we've got novice races with drivers that are re-qualifying, so they tend to be using the more powerful craft. So in this race, we will have at least one driver that's taken up the arrive and drive option. So hired the craft for the full weekend. And one of those is going to be Neil Cockey from Ireland, number 39. So that hire craft is a Formula 50. Right, it's just been pointed out that we will have a qualified driver out there as well that's going out with this group. Number 155, Noel Wilkinson. How you doing? Yeah, oh, well, it's always good. How come the not breathing bit? Stress? Okay. It's just not letting you breathe properly. Bit tight. Charlotte will be able to relate to that. She has that sort of problem. Right, it appears I left my mic on partially. So having a conversation with somebody there. So don't forget, if you do want some hot food or hot drinks, if you make your way around the bottom of the lake in the direction you came in, you walk round the bottom end of the lake, then at the bottom of our camping field by the big white marquee, there's a food outlet there, hot drinks and hot food on a day like today. It's quite welcome. And that's available to access all day. It should have been off. Well, that's the 5-minute board. 5-minute board's just gone up in the paddock. There seems to be a lack of novices at the moment. Oh, here we go. One up onto the grid. 115, Craig Emery. Running a Formula 50 spec craft. Dropping into second spot is the number 39 craft. This is Neil Cockey. He's come over from Ireland. He's taken up that arrive and drive option. He was racing yesterday. He's taken up the whole weekend package. And then completing that front row is actually a qualified driver, number 155, Noel Wilkinson. So the novices will be doing 8 laps. After the novices, we'll be doing that rerun of the juniors. There wasn't enough laps on the board, so we got the novices now, then the rerun of the juniors, then the open race before we look to have a break. So if you're sitting down there and you've got your phone out, go onto Facebook and look at Hovercraft Racing Reels. So Hovercraft Racing Reels, it started this year. One of our club members been doing lots of clips, video clips and interviews from the race meetings this year in the UK, but also the World Championships over in Germany 5 weeks ago. And I have to say, the temperature in Germany was a lot better than what it is today. Looks as though we're coming up to the start of this race very shortly now. Here we go, 2 minutes. 2 minutes away from the start. We're now 1 minute away from the start. 1 minute. Right, coming up to the lights very shortly now. Just 3 crafts on the grid for this novice race. One of them being a qualified driver, actually. 155, Noel Wilkinson. It's actually got the name Charlie Moore on the side of the craft, so he's borrowed that craft. Niall has borrowed that craft from Charlie. Here we go. We're on the lights. And we're away. Well, Niall around the outside, he'll probably, he's going to stay clear of the rest of the group. He's not racing against the novices per se. And it's side by side between 39 and 115. So you go around the turn. 39, Neil Cocky coming out best. He drops down to the water first. Then it's 115, Craig Emery. So Noel, the qualified driver, through the line first, is pulling away very nicely there. That's the Formula 3 spec craft. The two novices, well, they're crossing the line together, but change of places. 115. Craig Emery regained that second spot overall, but actually he's the lead novice. So we'll talk about those novices first and second. No, qualified driver, he's away and gone. We won't worry about him. Could well be that Niall in that 155 craft, giving him another couple of laps, and he may well actually look to try and catch the two novices and put them a lap down. So Craig in 155, that green craft, has got the pace. Made a few mistakes yesterday, but that's all part and parcel of the novice learning curve. So at the moment, Craig in 115, opening up a gap now to number 39, Neil Cocky. Well, 3 laps gone. Our leader, qualified driver coming out of the race, out of the lake now. 155 goes through. That's 4. He's completed 4 laps now. Well, looking at the pace of 155, Niall Wilkinson, the qualified driver, is going to catch nearly number 39. suspect by the end of this lap, put him a lap down. That's where the experience is learned with the novices. It's all about having other craft around you and being aware of what's going on. The lead novice goes through 115. The last lap board is now being prepared. And that's going to be for 155. Noel Wilkinson, who's just made the pass on number 39. Neil. So Neil goes a lap down. Was to be expected. No, the qualified driver, the pace of that craft is such that it's not surprising that he's managed to catch and pass, put a lap down, number 39. 1 lap to go now. So Noel Wilkinson, 155, the qualified driver takes the win. And number 39, Neil Colkey, comes through in third place, but second for the novices. And 115, Craig Emery will take first for the novices. So our next group will be called forward. So if you look at your program, it's not the open race, it's the rerun of the junior race that was red flagged. So juniors will be back up onto the grid fairly shortly. Right, so I've just been given a bit of an insight into what happened on the original start of this race. It was Luke Hudson, issue with the floor on the craft. As he dropped onto the water, the floor gave way just underneath the engine, and the engine got submerged. But many hands got involved, and they've managed to dry the engine out. The one thing that two-strokes don't like is being submerged in water. So they got the floor very quickly repaired, and the engine's up and running, and Tom is back onto the grid in second spot. So a complete rerun. Dropping into pole position, Lily Olsen, 44. Second is Tom Hudson, 46. Then we've got Maya Barlow, 7. Then Joe Smith, completing the front row, number 24. Row 2, we've got Ollie Brand, number 1. Then Caris Rhodes, number 9. And then Harley Allman just dropping into position there, number 75. So 7 craft on the grid. 8 laps for this race. Right, looks like we're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. 8 laps. Right, there we go. 2 minutes away from the start now. 2 minutes. And we're now on the 1 minute board. 1 minute away from the start now. Here we go, we're on the lights. Oh, Tom Hudson, that throttle hand just got a bit too twitchy there. And Tom's going to have to reposition. So that's number 46 on the front row there in second spot. He drops back into position. Marshall waving the finger, saying, "Silly boy." Right, here we go. That's another one. We're on the lights. And we're away. Lily Elson off to a great start for 44 in pole possession. Then it's 46, 7:24. As they go round the turn, they're still trying to sort themselves out, but it is 44, the clear leader at the moment. Then 7 Maya Barlow, then 24 Joe Smith. Tom Hudson, 46, then 1 Ollie Brand, 9 Kerris Rose, then 75 Harley Allman. Oh, and we got a swimmer. And that looks like Ollie Brand. Oh dear, it's not been his weekend. So we've got a swimmer. So the race has been stopped. So I'll have to wait for an update now as to what will happen with the rerun. I suspect our next group will be called forward, which will be the open race. But whether the junior race is rerun directly after that or after the break, I'll have to wait for an update from our race director. So it sounds like the driver's okay, but needless to say, rather wet and rather cold. The water this time of year is not going to be that warm. So I didn't actually see what happened, but with craft, when they get on the water at speed, what can happen is the skirt can collapse, so the pressure underneath from the air, you get surface tension from the water onto the skirt segments themselves, and it drags and makes the skirt collapse. And sometimes you get a nibble and you think, yeah, it's going to go, and you can correct it. But sometimes it happens so quick that you don't get that chance at all, and suddenly the craft just dips and the craft stops very quickly. There's no sliding involved. It just stops very quickly. And unfortunately, the driver generally just carries on. And they end up going for a swim. So that's what I suspect has happened in that case. Oh, so just heard over the radio that driver's okay, but wet and cold. So Ollie, last year's junior champion, this weekend not been going his way. Yeah, the failure. Can't remember what it was. He did a failure in one of the races yesterday, so it pushed him down the field. And needless to say, going swimming now. Hopefully that craft will actually be all right to come out later. I suspect shouldn't be anything major wrong there. So our next group is coming out. This is the open Formula race. I'm going to wait for an update as to when the junior race will rerun. I'm waiting on my race director. Normally it's directly after the next race, but we are coming up to a break, so there might be a slight change to the program. But I'll give you an update on that as soon as I get it. So the open Formula race, open to all the main formulas, apart from the novice, junior and colts. Right, I've just had an update. So juniors, those junior drivers in the paddock, so attention, all drivers in the paddock, the junior race will be rerun directly after this open race. So the rerun of the junior race will take place directly after this open race. There will only be one more attempt at this race. Only one more attempt at the junior race. After that, we will be going for a break. So after that, we're going to have the open race now, then the rerun, the final attempt at a rerun of the junior race directly after this race. Then we'll go for a break. I'll wait for information from our race director as to how long that break will be. But we're going to go into this open race now. So onto the grid, we've got a complete mixed bags. We've got the current world champion, Michael Metzner, in pole position in that Formula One. And the pink craft, he's come all the way from Germany this weekend to race in the UK. In second spot is the Formula One number 2, Cy Francis. Now in third spot should have been Thomas Richard, who's come over with Michael. Thomas was going to be racing a Formula 2 craft, but major problems with that, so they've given that the thumbs down, and that's gone back on the trailer, I think, now. Completing the front row should have been number 1, Conrad Beale. I had his son here just now, Callum, but it was... I was going to get an update on the engine. The engine, I think, seized. Oh, here he is. It's broken. Is the engine seized or? Okay, the thrust engine seized in the Formula One race. So Conrad not making it out, unfortunately. Right, that's the 5-minute board. On the second row, we got 117, Elliot Folland in a Formula 50. Then we got 119. Oh, that looks like Rob Trussler this time. Or is it?
Yeah, it's Rob.
It's father and son combination.
Jake's at the back of the craft.
Yeah, so it's Rob Trussler. Now, 119 is a Formula 2 number. Rob taking out that Formula 2 craft. I had trouble with it yesterday, so I was wondering whether it was actually a Formula 50, but it's full-blown Formula 2. So 119, Rob Trussler. And alongside him is 61, Katrina Palfrey this time. So daughter taking out that craft. That's the Formula 2. That completes row 2. Row 3, we got 48, Josh Trussler. So we've got father and son out there. Josh Trussler in number 48 in the Formula 50. Then we got number 59, And that is a Formula 50, and that's Oscar Lewington. Then we got number 7. This time it's going to be Abby Beale, and she's racing a Formula 1. And that row at the moment is complete. There should be one more there. I just spotted. There should be a Formula 3 out there, 144. The Formula 3 should be out there, but that's missing at the moment. Next row, row 4, we got Russ Hudson in the Formula 2, number 46. And I think that's, just going to check, see what number that is. Oh, 116, Serena Hackett in the Formula 50. Right, I've just had an update from number 144, that team there, father and son combination. Apparently, they are saving their craft for the next race in the next block of racing for their Formula 3 race. Points are critical, so they've decided to forego this open race, and they're saving the craft for that more important Formula 3 race, which is points obviously for the UK Championship. So 8 laps for this race. Sounds if we're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly. Looks like we've got 10 craft on the grid for this race. We've got a few vacant spots. We're now 1 minute away from the start. So we've got a mix of Formula 1s, Formula 2s and Formula 50s. And yeah, I think that's it. No Formula 3s out there. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Great start by Cy Francis, number 2, but it is the world champion, number 5. Michael Metzner in that Formula 1 that sprints away. The battle is on, though, for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and so on as they go around that first turn. Elliot Fulham 117 in 3rd at the moment in that Formula 50. Followed by 48, Josh Truster. Then his dad right behind, 119 in that Formula 2. So Michael Metzner already opening up a small lead.
over Cy Francis, number 2. Those two Formula 1 sprinted away. Third across the line, 117. Elliott following the Formula 50. Side by side, across the line. Father and son. Rob Truster, 119. And his son, Josh Truster, 48. That's a Formula 2 against a Formula 50. Josh pushing out hard, trying to beat his dad there. But he is outpowered. But that is the battle for third spot. So first through, 2 already gone through. Here comes Elliott Folland in a comfortable third at the moment. 117 that Formula 50, but Rob Truster with that Formula 2, 119, should be able to catch him. Right, Josh Truster, his son, right behind. He's now being challenged by number 46. And that's Luke Hudson. Oh, no, sorry, it's Russell Hudson. Russell Hudson. His dad taking it out this time. Three laps gone. So Michael Metzler, number 5, goes through the line. 4 laps completed. He's already passing some of the midfielders. Josh Truster goes a lap down, as does Russ Hudson, 46. So I'm just trying to see who else is on the lead lap. We've got possibly only 2 other craft on the same lead lap now. One of those is the Formula 1, Cy Francis, number 2, and Elliott Folland, 117 in that Formula 50. Oh, and 119 Rob Trussler, but he's about to be passed, I think, fairly shortly by the lead craft, Michael Metzner. So it looks as though Michael is on a real charge, trying to lap everybody before the end of the race. And it could well happen with 5 laps gone, 3 laps to go now. So Elliott Folland in third spot has now been lapped by the leader. The only other craft on the lead lap is the Formula 1 Cy Francis, number 2. So the 2 Formula 1s are lap up on the rest of the field now. And the last lap board is now going out. 1 lap to go now. Our leader goes through. 5. Michael Metzler, the Formula 1. And looks as though he's about half a lap up on second spot. Cy Francis is just coming out of the lake now in that Formula 1 number 2. And crossing the line with an easy win is number 5, Michael Metzler. And coming through the line in second spot, another Formula 1, number 2, Cy Francis. And, well, just behind Cy, but a lap down is the third spot, and that is Elliott Folland in a Formula 50. Fourth goes to 119, Trussler. 5th goes to number 46, Russ Hudson. 6th goes to number 7, Abby Beale in the Formula 1. Then we got Josh Truster, number 48 in the Formula 50 in 7th. 8th goes to 61, Katrina Palfrey in the Formula 2. 9th goes to 59, Oscar Lewington in the Formula 50. And 10th is 116, Serena Hackett in the Formula 50. Well, Michael Metzner in that Formula 1 craft, the current world champion, newly crowned 5 weeks ago in Germany. Michael has come all the way over from Germany this weekend to race in this UK Championship round. Pretty much dominated that race. So we're going to have one more go at trying to run this junior race now. So junior race is going to be rerun now. One more attempt at this junior race. Directly after that, we will go for a break. So our timetable is being pushed back a little bit. So the start of the next, the second block of racing, it was scheduled for 1:55. That will now be pushed back. And I'll wait for an update from our race director as to how long the break will be. So the front row at the moment, we're just waiting for Tom Hudson, number 46, to come out onto the grid. And looking down into the paddock, yep, there we go. He's just leaving his bay there now. So Tom will be coming out in just a moment. So pole sitter, Lily Elson, already there. Tom just coming out onto the grid now. Third spot, 7 Maya Barlow. Completing the front row, 24 Joe Smith. Second row, well, Ollie Brown went for a swim. So I'm just going to dive around the back and find out whether he's actually drawing out what's going on there. 9 Kerris Rhodes is already there. And then 75 Harley Orman. Right, so Ollie Brown won't be coming out for a rerun. They all rushed around and got the class sorted, but unfortunately the driver is rather wet and cold. So they've decided that, yeah, this weekend has just been a bit of a disaster. So no, Ollie Brown won't be coming out. And he dropped a race yesterday. And so, yeah, they've just decided it's not worth sending him out cold and wet. So
wise decision, I think. So I think we're going to be coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. There we go, 2 minutes away from the start. So directly after this race, we will be going for a break. I'll give you the update on the timings, etc. Once we get this race done. And so we're midpoint in the racing blocks. So we've got one more block of racing to go after the break. And we're now on the 1 minute board. 1 minute away from the start. So just 6 craft on the grid this time. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Lily Olsen off to a great start. Number 44, Maya Barlow is going to drop into second, I think, as they go around the turn. Yes, she does. And Joe Smith off to a great start. He moves up into third. Tom Hudson drops to fourth. He's got Carris Rhodes all over the back of him as they come around that first turn. So it's 44, 7. Those two pulling away. Third spot, Joe Smith, 24. Then Tom Hudson, 46. Then 9, Carris Rhodes. Then 75, Harley Allman. Well, it looks like the two front runners are starting to ease the gap. That's Lily and Maya. But the battle for third is definitely on. Joe Smith, 24, still being chased by Tom Hudson, and Joe just clipping that marker boy there. That's not necessarily a good thing. It could cause a problem, but he's got away with it that time. But he's under pressure from Tom Hudson as they go through the line. That's the battle for third. But Carris Rhodes also there in the hunt for that third spot, number 9. So we've lost Harley Allman. He's gone off sightseeing in the bushes, by the sounds of it, in the bottom end of the lake. So that's 3 laps gone. 44, Lily Olsen puts the craft up on its side as she goes to complete that long turn after the finish line. And Maya Barlow
just closing the gap very slightly, but not close enough to mount a challenge. The three-way battle goes through. It's 24, it's 46, 9. That's the battle for third. Right, midpoint in the race now. 4 laps gone. Still Lily Elson, 44. Then Maya Barlow, 7. Then we got this gap. Almost half a lap down now is Joe Smith just coming out of the lake now. 24. Tom Hudson, 46, still in pursuit. Still, it's still close enough to mount a challenge. Joe's got to be careful if he makes a mistake. Tom is going to be there to capitalise, and not that far behind is Carriage Road number 9. So I'm looking back to that battle for third. I'm going to focus on that for the moment. Joe Smith, 24. Still being chased by Tom Hudson as they cross the line in front of me, number 46. Kerry's still there within striking distance, number 9. Oh, and Tom has got the, he's made the move. So Joe Smith swinging wide there as the marker to drop down to the water, and Joe swung wide, and Tom said, thank you very much, got the tight line, and made the move. So Tom up into third spot. He's half a lap down, though. There's no way he's going to catch the leaders. The two front runners as they drop onto the water. Still Lily Elson, 44, still being chased by Maya Barlow, number 7. Last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. Lily goes through, number 44. 7, Maya Barlow goes through. Those two in a comfortable first and second. It looks as though Harley Allman has finally managed to get himself away from the edge of the bank and gets back into the race. And Lily Elson comes through to take the win. Number 44. Close, but not close enough. Maya Barlow goes through, number 7 in second spot. Yeah, just coming out of the lake now in third spot. Number 46, Tom Hudson. Fourth goes to Joe Smith, number 24. Fifth goes to number 9, Curris Rhodes. They've gone through. And sixth, well, a few laps down, 75, Harley Allman. Right, we are going to be going for a break now. We're just going to get the craft back to the paddock. I've had an update from our race director, and at the start of the next race, will be at 2:30. So, where are we? 55 minutes before the start of the next race. We're just going to get the craft settled down, and then we'll be opening up the paddock for members of the public to have a look around. Obviously, if you want to go around to the food outlet, which is at the bottom of our camping field, they're doing hot drinks and hot food down there. So, if you want to come into the paddock directly, then come anti-clockwise. So turn right and walk up through the path. Hopefully there'll be somebody down there to open up the gate and let you through. And just a few reminders, it's strictly a no smoking zone in the paddock area. And watch out for those hot exhausts. They can be anywhere on the craft. And yeah, any small children, just keep an eye on them. And now generally the drivers are fine if you want any questions answered, unless they got their head stuck in an engine and spanners firing everywhere. I'm going to come down and open up that gate now. We're going down to... You're at the gate. Right, the gate is being opened now, and so you are able to come through. There will be a craft operating on the lake during the break. Now, that is actually an all-electric craft, so it's not a racing craft. It's under development. It's actually been built by my brother, so all-electric. So all drivers... The next race will start at 2:30. So 2:30 will be the start of the next race. So members of the public, you've got until 2:15 to come into the paddock and have a look around. Obviously, you can do that, or you can go to the food outlet. Food outlet, if you just walk around the bottom of the lake, pretty much the way you drove in. And the bottom of our camping field there's a food outlet there doing hot food and hot drinks.
come in and have an operate for a one, feel free. We've got done a load more replay, so I've got a load more little clips to send you, like the last ones I did. I'll just send you a folder with them in. You can do whatever you want with them, including the bomb action from the thrustlers. So, yeah, Dad overtook Son and put his back over the crap.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was down there, I didn't see that.
I've got that for you.
1, 2, 1, 2. Right, okay, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now 2:15. So we are going to be closing off the paddock in a few minutes time. So any members of the public, if you're still in the paddock area, can I ask you to now make your way back to the public viewing area, either down at the bottom of the lake there, where the main car park is, or you can stay up in the top end here. There is a viewing area at the far end of the paddock where it goes out onto the road, and you can see it from a different point of view. So our next race will start at 2:30. So 2:30 will be the start. Craft will be coming out onto the grid in about 5 minutes or so. Right, it's the final call for any members of the public. If you are in the paddock area, can you please now make your way back to the public viewing area? We're closing off the paddock now, getting the craft out into grid in the next few minutes. Right, I've just had an update. The actual start of the race has now been moved to 2:40. So anybody in the paddock area, you've got a few more minutes yet, it appears. Right, the original information I was given about 2:30 start. Apparently, either I got that wrong or the information I was given was incorrect. But the craft will be coming onto the grid fairly shortly. We're looking for a 2:40 start. Right, there we go. That's the siren. So 10 minutes away from the start now of this final block of racing, not only for this weekend, but also for our race season.
You just arrive later on a Friday night, but we do it. Connor comes straight after school. Yeah. And it's fine.
I came home from school on a Friday, got changed, then off we go.
Yeah. It'll be fine. We'll all talk him into it.
Yeah. Try and convince him.
Not so this first race up. We're into the second block of racing, so this is our final block of racing for this weekend and the actual race season. So first block, first race up, we are looking at Formula 50, Formula 3 and Formula 35 combined. The Formula 50s,
This is based around an engine that's been around for many, many years. The Rotax 503 engines, twin-cylinder air-cooled, 50 horsepower. The important element to this particular category is that they have to run the engine in pretty much in its original condition. So no special exhaust, no special carburetors, and there is a weight restriction on this particular category. And they're only allowed to use the one engine to provide, and fan to provide lift and thrust. And yeah, there is a weight restriction on this craft, so they are weighed. That obviously does include the driver as well. The Formula 3s up to 250cc two-stroke, 500cc four-stroke. Again, that's generally through a single fan. And then we've got the Formula 35s. They run industrial four-stroke engines, but with a maximum horsepower total on board of 35 horsepower. And typically that would be a Briggs & Stratton, so agricultural type of engine. It doesn't look as though we've got any F-35s coming out. There's only been one this weekend. That was Zoe Deacon 171, but I can't see on the grid at the moment. So our race grid, I'm looking for our pole sitter. Number 43, Josh Morales. But our pole sitter's not there, so Josh Morales, and he's actually the newly crowned world champion. Oh, there he is. He's just coming out of the paddock now. So fresh from the Worlds in about 5 weeks ago, Josh Morales, our new world champion for Formula 50, dropping into possession now in pole position. Second spot, 110, Jake Trussler. We've got two Trusslers out in this race, I think. I'm looking down the line. Yes, so we've got two brothers out there. Jake Trussler in 110 on second spot, and his brother Josh further down in number 48. We'll get to him in a minute. Coming back to the front row, 117, Elliot Folland. And then 111, Hannah Deacon. They're all Formula 50s. Then second row, we've got 69, Laura Turnbull in a Formula 50. 81, Nick Drew, Formula 50. Then we've got a Formula 3. And this time it is going to be Richard Pound. So Dad's taking it out this time, number 144. That's row 2 complete. Row 3, we've got 145. That's a Formula 3, Charlie Moore. Then we've got Josh Truster, 48, in a Formula 50. Then 51, Georgia Olner, again a Formula 50. Row 4, we got 75, Mark Allman in a Formula 50. Then 86, Ben Lambert, again another Formula 50. Then Nancy Devlin completing that row in a Formula 3, 167. Right at the very back, we got Oscar Lewington, number 59 in the Formula 50, and also a Formula 50, Serena Hackey in 116. So we're on the 2-minute board. So 2 minutes away from the start now. We're now on the 1 minute ball. 1 minute away from the start now. Uh, 16 craft from the grid, and I just spotted there is an F-35 out there, 171 Terry Deacon right at the very back. And they're away, and 43, Josh Morales, straight off into the lead, but Jake Trussell, 110, trying to muscle in there on the inside, but not my, no, he's not making it. So it's Josh Morales, our world champion, into the lead, 110. Then 117, Elliot Folland slipping through past Hannah Deacon in 111. And that was the third spot. Just spotted Georgia Olner getting away. Looks like she got caught up on the first turn with number 75, Mark Allman. They've got away eventually. Our leader going through. Josh Morales with a little bit of space to second spot. Jake Trussell 110. And then it is 111, Hannah Deacon and Nick Drew fighting for position there. That is the third spot. So as our leader comes out the lake, Josh Morales, 43, getting a comfortable lead now, pulling away from the rest of the field. It's now Jake Trussler, 110, going through the line with 81 Nick Drew, Hannah Deacon 111. Those three locked in battle there. And then it's Josh Trussler, 48. Elliot Folland, 117. Then 69. And that's Laura Turnbull. So our leader already amongst the back markers. Mark Allman going a lap down there in number 75 as our leader goes through the line. So that's 3 laps completed now. There comes the battle for second. It's 110 Jake Trussler being chased by 81 Nick Drew. They're moving past the Formula 35, who's the back marker. Nick Drew trying to make a challenge, but not quite making it. Jake still holding on to that second spot for the moment. We're now midpoint of the race. The leader's gone through. 4 laps completed. Right, the battle for second, 110, 81 and 111. They're coming into the traffic now, the back markers. We could see a change of place as they go around the turn and come back to make the second turn to drop on the water. Looks like Jake Trussell's got the better run. Nick Drew getting held up in traffic there as he drops down to the water. Five laps completed now. And it's all getting very tight round the paddock turn and side by side. I'm just trying to work out. Oh, somebody's out of the craft. I'm not quite sure who that is, so I'm going to have a look through my binoculars. So the few craft got involved in an incident just after round the paddock turn. It's 117 Elliot Folland and 167 Nancy Devlin. So there's the Formula 50 and the Formula 3 there involved. The race continues, but the two have come together. Also stopped on the same corner is 116 Serena Hackett. As our leader exits the lake just about now, 43 Josh Bryce. The last lap board is now waiting. So as he runs through the line, 1 lap to go and the race has been stopped. So the race has been stopped. So the incident around the paddock turn is where things have happened. So we're going to wait for that incident to clear, and that result will stand.
Stood up, but I think so.
So we do have a medic team actually at that location. So and looks like they're just going to call for the ambulance to go across. So the craft will stay on track for the moment, and then they'll be called for the ambulance team. And once the marshals have been given the all clear to send those craft back to the paddock, they'll do so, and then we'll get the next group forward. So I think that was a fairly relatively low speed incident around that paddock turn. So whilst we're waiting for that incident to be cleared, just to say, if you've come along today and this is the first time you've ever seen the racing, this is the final round of our championships this year. It's the second time we've been to this particular venue. So if you're relatively local and you want to watch out for future events here, we will be hopefully coming back twice again next year. And that'll be leading up to us hosting the World Championships here in 2 years' time. And the calendar that you need to access is on our main club website. And the the link for that for the main club is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. So that's www.hovercraft.org.uk. That's the main club website for the whole of the UK. The local branch that is organising this is the Chilterns branch. Right, so the craft being moved back to the paddock now, so it looks as though that incident is now under control on the far side there. It's always a good sign when the craft start to move back to the paddock. All the marshals are on radio link. So, talking about the marshals, as I say, the main club that covers the whole of the UK. It's Chilterns branch that organises this particular event. We're based loosely around the Aylesbury area, but we spread quite a wide net. And if you do think yourself, well, I might want to get involved in this, not necessarily racing, I might want to get involved in the marshalling side. There's lots of different options within the club. It's still very much a family-orientated sport. I've been doing this since 1967. Yes, I am that old. And we're always looking for lap scorers, scrutineers. Scrutineers we have are quite specific to this sport, obviously, and they all, the scrutineers very much active at the beginning of the race meeting because all the craft are scrutineered before they're allowed out on the course and have to conform to strict safety regulations. If you want to go away from today and look at links for other race venues, that obviously we race up and down the country and each site is different, then you can usually Google it or YouTube obviously, and the main club website will give you the locations of where we race. So obviously Whittlebury here, we've got Magnall's Farm, we've got Rother Valley Country Park, we've got Allerton up north, we've got Gangwarley down south. So quite a few different venues up and down the country. And a new feature that's started this year, one of our club members has been posting video clips, but also interviews. And if you want to access that, that's on Facebook. So you're looking for Hovercraft Racing Reels. So Hovercraft Racing Reels. You can do that whilst you're here. And you'll find lots of clips on there from the national race meetings this year and also the World Championships, which were held 5 weeks ago in Germany. We are pushing out a live feed this weekend. So after this weekend, when you go home, you should be able to access it on YouTube. If you look for Whittlebury2, because it's the second time we've been here this year. So Whittlebury2, and you'll be able to watch back the racing from this weekend. And that's on YouTube. So if you're hooked into Twitter/X or Facebook, Instagram, you want to follow us, then you can do that on all three. At official HCGB, that's the handle for all three of those. At official HCGB. And if you're sitting there thinking, oh, I wouldn't actually mind having a go at racing, we've got a new facility that started this year. We now have a Formula 50 craft, which you can hire for a day or 2 days. That's been quite successful this year. We've had two people take up that option this weekend. They'll be coming out in the novice race. So if you fancy that, you don't want that commitment of actually going and buying a craft just to find out if you like it, then it's the Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race. Now you can Google that. It's the Hovercraft Club of Great Britain that you're looking for. Then you might find other links to other places, but it's the one you're looking for is Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race, organised by the Hovercraft Club of Great Britain. And if you want a direct email to find out about this, then it's info@hovercraft.org.uk. And the prices you're looking at, it's £195 for 1 day and £325 for 2 days. Obviously, if you email in, you'll be told all the ins and outs of what you need to bring on the day, and so on and so forth. But that facility started this year. It's a Formula 50 craft, and one of those will be coming out in the novice race a bit later on. So the craft will be coming out onto the grid in just a moment for this next race. And the next race up is the Colt race. So that result stands for the first race, the Formula 50, Formula 3, Formula 35s. That result does stand. And we're now looking at the Colts. So the Colts, aged 10 to 13 years of age. And they are restricting what they can run. There is a number of engine options they can use, but ultimately, at the end of the day, they can only produce a certain amount of thrust. So there's no point in getting an engine, tuning it to get more power out of it, because ultimately, at the end of the day, it's the amount of thrust coming out of the back that will dictate what you're allowed. So it's generally a single engine, single fan setup. So part of that air coming out the back will be diverted for the lift, and the rest will go for thrust. So this is a category that's become very popular. Not sure how many years we've been running this now, probably about 5 years, I guess. It always used to be just the juniors, which was 11 to 16 in those days. But then we decided to actually split that junior category into 2 groups and have the lower age range 10 to 13 and then the juniors 13 to 16. So Nancy Devlin, who was involved in that incident, walking back with her arm in a sling, so walking wounded. Hopefully nothing broken. Hopefully just a few bruises. So our medical team is actually, we have them for the whole season, so they know what to expect in the way of incidents, because we are rather unique and don't have the standard type injuries sometimes that you would normally get with motorbikes or cars. So I can hear the engines now picking up, and the craft will be coming out onto the grid. Here we go, that's the first one. So the craft drop onto the grid. I'll start running through it now. In pole position, number 4, Theo Spedding. Second spot is 153, Emily Lewandon. Now, Emily actually came second at the World Championships in the Colts a few weeks ago. And Emily's craft actually had an engine
failure yesterday, quite a major one. So she's actually borrowed that craft from Tyler Reynolds, who's already got the championship sewn up. So he doesn't technically need to be out there for points. Tyler is also the Colt World Champion. So Emily has had a real upgrade on performance. So she's in second spot there. So don't be surprised if she gets into the lead fairly rapidly in that craft. In third spot is Lucas Rhodes, number 5. Competing in the front row is James Cooper, number 82. And then on row 2, we got 95, Dylan Clark. So we are on the 2-minute board. And this race is only 6 laps. So 6 laps for the Colts. And we're now on the 1-minute board. 1 minute away from the start now. There we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And as expected, Emily Lewandon, 153, takes the lead at the moment. Theo Spreading, number 4, takes second spot. And then third is Lucas Rhodes, number 5. Then James Cooper, 82. Then Dylan Clark, 95. So as Emily drops onto the lake there, Theo's still within sort of striking distance, but dropping back just very slightly. Two laps gone. Emily easing away now very slightly. Theo still in second, number 4. Third is still Lucas in number 5.
And we're now midpoint in the race. 3 laps gone. We got one craft returning back to the paddock. And that looks like Dylan Clark, number 95. So last lap board out now for Emily London. 1 lap to go. Theo in second spot, still within striking distance. Emily's got to keep it clean and make no mistakes. Otherwise, Theo is going to be close enough to mount a challenge. But with 1 lap to go, Emily's just got to keep it clean on this last lap. Third spot already gone through. Lucas Rhodes, number 5. So Emily London takes the win. 153. Theo Spreading, number 4, takes second. And coming across the line now in third, number 5, Lucas Rhodes. And James Cooper, 82, comes through the line in 4th spot. And Dylan Clark, 95, will come through in 5th, although he's returned back to the paddock. Right, so we're now picking up the pace. Our next group up, we've actually got 2 groups coming out at the same time. So we got Formula 2s and Formula 1s together. So Formula 2s up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. And the Formula 1s, we are looking not cc, we're looking horsepower, and that could be anything between 180 and 230 horsepower for thrust, plus a lift engine. Then 0 to 60, they'll accelerate most standard road cars, and they'll top out at around about 80 mile an hour. Don't forget, no brakes. Right, I've just had an update from regarding that incident in the Formula 50 race with the Formula 3s. All the drivers, no major problems, they're all fine. So, the Formula 2s. Let's talk about those first. I'm looking at the grid for this race. There's been a mixed fortunes this weekend, especially for the Formula Ones. Well, I'll come back to. Well, I'll do the Formula Ones first. So the Formula Ones, Michael Metzner, the newly crowned world champion, come all the way from Germany this weekend to race here in the UK in this UK round. Michael Metzner, number 5, will take pole position for this race. Number 1, Team Bill, which would be Callum for this race. I'm not quite sure what the status is. They seized an engine yesterday and again this morning, and I've just seen Callum walking round by me, and he doesn't have his race gear on, so it looks as though Team Bill, that thrust engine, has decided, no, I've had enough. So number 1 doesn't look as though that's going to be out on the grid, unless his dad's taken it out, but I suspect not. So second spot on the front row will be a Formula 2, number 77, George Barnes. Then we'll have a blank spot, which should have been Team Bill, number 1. Completing the front row, already there is a Formula 2, 89, Peter Symes-Thompson, running a big 4-stroke. George Barnes drops into position in second. Second row, we've got number 25, Stephen Milligan, and that's a Formula 1. Then we got alongside him a Formula 2, 119, Jake Trussler. Yes, it's the same Jake Trussler that was out in the Formula 50 earlier, so double the racing for him. And then just dropping into position to complete row 2 is Dave Palfrey, number 61, and that's a Formula 2. Row 3, the moment we've just got the one craft on there, number 2, Cy Francis in the Formula 1. Coming out, dropping in alongside him will be number 68, Adam Turnbull. He had major problems with his craft in practice yesterday, so they've had to revert to using a Formula 50 craft to keep his points rolling for the championship. And we are also missing number 7, Aaron Sutton. That should be out, but he's not there at the moment. Coming out onto the grid, dropping into row 3 is the Formula 2, number 46, and that's Luke Hudson. Again, another big 4-stroke. Oh, there we go. Aaron Sutton, number 7, just coming into the grid now to complete row 3. Our pole sitter has just arrived on the grid, number 5, the Formula 1, Michael Metzner. We've got 10 crafts on the grid, and the 5-minute board has just gone up. So I'm going to take this opportunity of imparting some information, shall we say, and say that I hope you've enjoyed what you've seen today. Sorry about the weather. We do try, but, you know, with events like this, it's always out of our hands, but hopefully it's
well, in the main, it's been dry, so I suppose we can be thankful for that. A little bit of drizzle in the air at the moment, but nothing major. So just a reminder, if you do go away from today, if this is your first time of seeing hovercraft racing, then the main club website for the whole of the UK is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. If you fancy having a go at racing, then obviously we do have that facility now that started at the beginning of this year. It's called the Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race. It's organised by the Hovercraft Club of Great Britain. So if you do Google it, that's what you're looking for. Obviously, the best way to go through is through the main club website. And it will give you the details there. It's a Formula 50 craft. It's £195 for one day, £325 for 2 days. And the email address, if you want to email and find out a bit more about that, then info@hovercraft.org.uk. Obviously, this is the last round of the championships this year, so it would now have to be next season before you could take up that option if you were interested. So I'm going to give another plug to another link, which is Hovercraft Racing Reels. So on Facebook, Hovercraft Racing Reels. There's one of our members been promoting that and doing lots of stuff this year. So lots and lots of clips from the UK season, but also the World Championships over in Germany, and interviews as well with drivers. And those posts are still going on, and I can see him on the grid now filming. So that's lots of stuff that's going to be probably posted over the next few days. There is also a live link that we're pushing out a live feed this weekend. And if you do go home and you want to find that link, then YouTube, then you're looking for Whittlebury2. Whittlebury2, the number 2, because obviously we've had one meeting here already this season, so it'd be Whittlebury1, naturally. And if you do search further on YouTube, you'll find other venues where we've raced, such as Magnall's Farm, Rother Valley Country Park, Allerton. Right, whilst I've been talking, the 2-minute board has just gone up, so we're 2 minutes away from the start now. One minute away from the start now. 1 minute. 8 laps. A whole lot quicker. Coming up to the lights very shortly. Here we go. We're on the lights now. And we're away. And they're looking at the back of the grid. Number 2, Cy Francis shooting through, trying to make up ground in that Formula 1 craft. But our lead craft is Michael Metzler, the world champion in that Formula 1 craft. 77, 89. And then I've lost it as they go over the crest of the hill there to drop down to the water. I'll pick them up as they come through.
So Michael Metzner already gone through. Opening up a gap now, but the battle for second is on. George Barnes, 77, being challenged by 89 Peter Thompson. He goes around the paddock turn, and Peter's gone through with that big four-stroke. So the battle of the four-stroke against the two-stroke, that is the battle for second overall, but the battle for the Formula 2 lead. Meanwhile, our Formula 1 away and gone. Michael Metzler, the world champion, already exiting the lake to complete lap 2. Right, looking at the battle for fourth. That is between two Formula 1s. Stevie Milligan, 25, and 2 Cy Francis. But hot on their tail is number 119. And that is, I think, Jake Trussler. Three laps gone now. Michael Metzler on the charge. And 89, that big four-stroke in the Formula 2 section. Still holding off George Barnes, 77, with that two-stroke. And the battle between the two Formula 1s for fourth spot, 25. Stevie Milligan still holding off Cy Francis, number 2. Well, 5 laps gone now. Lead has just gone through. Michael Metzler still. That battle for second overall, but the lead for the Formula 2s, 89, 77. They're dropping down to the water. That battle's still going on. And then we got the Formula 1, number 2, Cy Francis being chased by the Formula 2 119. Jake Trussler as they drop down to the water. Right, the last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go now for our leader, the Formula 1, the world champion, number 5, Michael Metzner. 1 lap to go. Looking back for that second spot is just coming out of the lake now. 89 Peter Thompson, still holding off George Barnes. And Michael Metzler goes through the line to take the checkered flag. An easy win with that Formula 1. Right, looking back to the battle for the F2s. They're just coming out of the lake now. It is going to be Peter Thompson. Barring a mistake with just meters to go. Pete takes the first spot for Formula 2, number 89. Second to George Barnes, 77 in that Formula 2 category. They take second and third overall. Cy Francis comes through in second for the Formula Ones, but fourth overall. 119, Jake Truster comes in third for the Formula 2s, but fifth overall. Then we got Aaron Sutton in that Formula 1, sixth overall. Then Adam Turnbull, 68. Luke Hudson, 46. Then 61, Dave Palfrey. Right, we're now dropping down the pace a little bit, but hopefully not the excitement. We've now got the juniors coming out. So our juniors, so they are restricted in what they can run, obviously. And as a general guide, it's the Formula 3 specification craft, so it's up to 250cc two-stroke, 500cc four-stroke. And the Formula 50 specification craft, that's based around the Rotax 503 engine, twin-cylinder air-cooled, 50 horsepower. And they're also allowed to use the Formula 35 specification craft, which is based around industrial four-stroke engines, but a maximum of 35 horsepower total on-board capacity. So the juniors will be doing 8 laps. Right. Okay, so we got one craft for sure missing off this grid. That's going to be Ollie Bran. Number 1, last year's junior champion. He's not had a good weekend this weekend. He went for a swim in the earlier race. And he was fine. Wet and cold. But they just decided to call it a day. So Ollie Bran out of the race. He's a local driver. So the front row is now complete. Lily Elston, number 44, in pole position. Second spot, Tom Hudson, number 46. So just referencing the World Championships in just a moment. But in third spot on the front row is number 7, Maya Barlow. So the World Championships in the juniors, Lily Polsitter came third. Tom, who's in second spot, actually came second in number 46. And Maya Barlow, number 7, came through in fourth. That's the junior worlds. Then we got completing the front row in fourth spot here, Joe Smith, number 24. Second row, we got number 9, Keris Rhodes. And then 75, Harley Allman.
Right, we're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly. So just to reiterate that incident involving the juniors, all the drivers fundamentally no major injuries. I've got Nancy with me here at the moment, and she's got her arm in a bit of a sling, but I don't think there's anything major. She's grinning at me, so no major injuries. So it looks like there's going to be a small delay here. So the driver's been shown the 2-minute board, but also the hold board. It's a board with a H on it. So the drivers now know that that 2 minutes has now been effectively frozen in time. So effectively, if anybody tries to come onto the grid now, I don't think there will be any late starters. They've now forfeited their position on the grid, and they would have to start from the paddock exit. So that's that procedure now is in place. I'm not quite sure what the delay is at the moment. It may be our race control. Right, that's the 2-minute board. So 6 craft on the grid for this junior race, the final race of the year for the juniors. And we're now 1 minute away from the start. 1 minute. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away, Lily Olsen off to a great start. Number 44 in pole position. Maya Barlow on her tail, but she's being hustled by 46, Tom Hudson. But Joe Smith sneaks through into third at the moment. So it's 44, 7, 24, 46, 9, 75. That's as they drop down to the water. So Lily crosses the line, number 44. She's still got Maya Barlow on her tail. There's Joe Smith, 24 in third. Tom Hudson, 46 in fourth. Curris Rose, number 9,
In fifth, then Harley Allman, number 75. Well, the first two going through, pulling out a nice lead over the battle for third spot. It's still Joe in number 24 there in third, but he's got Tom on his tail in number 46. And not that far behind, definitely within striking distance, is Courage Rose, number 9. So 3 laps completed now. The 2 front runners go through. Still Lily, 44. Still being chased by Meyer in number 7. There comes the battle for third. 24th. Joe and Tom in 46. And then that small gap to number 9. Carrish, who puts her craft up on the side. Round the paddock turn there. By midpoint of the race, 2 front runners have already gone through. Lily now easing a very small gap to Meyer, number 7, as they drop down to the water. Well, Tom now in a fairly solid third spot. Joe, having dropped to fourth, is stepping back very slightly and possibly going to be challenged by Kerris in number 9. With 2 laps to go now for the 2 front runners. Third just crossing the line now. 46, Tom Hudson. Here comes Joe Smith, 24. Now having to try and fend off Courage Rose, number 9. Those 2 behind the back marker, Harley Allman. So Joe's going to have to be careful. As he goes past, they both go through. So that battle continues. The last lap board is now out. So Lily Olsen, 44, is now on the last lap. With Maya Barlow, still very much within striking distance. I don't think she'll be able to mount the challenge, but Lily has got to keep it clean on this last lap. So 44, Lily Elson takes the win for the juniors. Maya Barlow takes second in number 7. Long way back for third spot. That is going to be 46, Tom Hudson, just coming out of the lake now. He will take third. Tom takes third, 46. Fourth, well, that's still up for grabs. At the moment, it's Joe Smith, but he's got Kerris on his tail. But Joe does take that fourth spot. Number 24. Fifth goes to Kerris. Number 9, Kerris Rhodes. And then 6 goes to 75, Harley Allman. Right, our next group up will be the novices. So our novices coming out onto the grid now. So the novices, I'm not sure how many we got. This is obviously end of season, but we brought in a new feature which it's called the Arrive and Drive. We do have people this weekend taking up that option. So the novices, they are allowed to use any of the main Formula craft. However, if somebody was to choose a Formula One, it would be restricted on the amount of thrust that they could produce. Generally, it's a Formula 3 or a Formula 50 craft that's the usual choice. Formula 50 being a good one, and novices have to do 15 races before they qualify up. They also have to do 10 marshalling duties as well. The grid is set up with Craig Emery in pole position, 115. Neil Cockey in number 39 is one of those drivers that's taken up the Arrive and Drive. He's come over from Ireland and he's been racing that craft all weekend. The third craft on that front row is actually a qualified driver, Noel Wilkinson. So we're going to sort of ignore him. Noel will be away and gone. He's in the Formula 3 craft. The others are in Formula 50s. Niall has borrowed that craft from Charlie Moore, so when he goes past, if you see Charlie Moore on the side, it's Niall. So 8 laps for the novices. We've got one more race after this before we finish the weekend off and our race season, and that's the open race. So still one big race to come. We're now on the 1 minute board. All right, here we go. We're on the lights. And we're away. Noel Wilkinson in that Formula 3 off-luck shot, 155. We're going to sort of ignore him. He's the qualified driver. He's borrowed that craft to go out today. Wasn't out yesterday. So our lead craft is 115 for the novices. Craig Emery, then 39, Neil Cockey. Well, Neil in number 39 has slipped through into the lead at the moment. Or has he? No. It is 115. Craig, that's our leader at the moment. Well, 115. Craig has really opened up that gap now to second spot in the 39 Neil. They go around the paddock turn, drop down to the water. 2 laps gone. 155, Noel Wilkinson away and gone. So we are midpoint in the race. 4 laps completed. So just 2 laps to go now. Well, leader in this race, 155. Just about to catch the second craft in the novices, number 39, and put him a lap down with 1 lap to go now. So our leader goes through. Noel Wilkinson, our qualified driver, 1 lap to go. He's dictated the number of laps. However, our lead novice is 115, and that one's just coming out of the lake now. That's Craig, just coming out of the lake to take the last lap board. And 155. Noel goes through to take the checkered flag. But it will be Craig Emery that takes the win in for the novices in 155, and then Neil Corky in second spot, number 39. Yeah, he's some way back, but that's the order. So open race up next, our final race of the weekend, the day, and our season. So open to all the main formulas. They'll be coming out fairly soon. So we've got a complete mixed bag for this particular race. The only groups that we don't have out are the Colts, Juniors and Novices. And the grid is set by positions over the weekend. Our pole sitter for this race is the current world champion in Formula One, number 5, Michael Metzner. In second spot, is another Formula One, number 2, Cy Francis. In third spot should be 117, Elliot Folland. Now, he was involved in an incident earlier, so I'm not quite sure whether he's going to make it out or not. Fourth spot on the front row, Formula 2, 119. I think that's going to be Rob Trussler this time. So Dad's taking it out. Row 2. Oh, we got his son, Josh Trussler, in the Formula 50, number 48. And 61, Katrina Palfrey this time. Katrina taking it out. Number 61, that's a Formula 2. We are one missing off of that second row. Yeah, that is Thomas Richard, number 70, Formula 2. Yeah, that craft decided he didn't want to play today, so that's he's not going to be coming out. Row 3, we've got number 7, Abby Beale this time in the Formula 1. Alongside Abby is a number 59, Oscar Lewington in the Formula 50. Then it's 46, Russ Hudson this time. Dad's taking it out. That completes row 3. Row 4, we got 144. And that's Richard Pound this time. Son's here. So Richard Pound out this time in 144. And I've just seen an alteration on my screen. It's Luke Hudson, not Dad out. Oh yeah, you can tell it's Luke. It's 9 foot tall. We've got another one further back. Oh, that looks like it's Josh Morales, number 43, the Formula 50 world champion, right at the very back there. So watch out for him. He's going to try and work his way through the field, I'm sure. We are now 2 minutes away from the start. So 8 laps, this final race of the weekend, Open Formula. 1 minute away from the start now, 1 minute. Coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go. And we're away. And it's the Formula 1 into the turn first of Michael Metzner, the world champion, number 5, with number 2, Cy Francis, close behind, but it's a Formula 2 in third spot. So already sprinting away up the lake. Number 5, Michael Metzner in that Formula 1. Already pulling away from Cy Francis, also in the Formula 1, that number 2 craft. So 2 laps gone. The 2 Formula Ones pulling away. Third spot just going across the line. That is a Formula 2, 119, Rob Trostler. Then another Formula 2, Luke Hudson, 46. Then Abby Bill in the Formula 1, number 7. Then Josh Morales, 43. 48, Josh Trustler. So 2 Joshes there. One behind the others. They go around the paddock turn. So midpoint in the race now. 4 laps gone. Michael Metzler goes through. Number 5 looking back for second. Just crossing the line now. Number 2, Cy Francis. So 2 Formula 1s already gone through. We're looking back for third now. And that is going to be 119. Just exiting the lake now. That's Rob Trustler in Formula 2. So the lead craft in amongst the traffic now as they put them a lap down. With 5 laps gone. Six laps gone. And our leader on the lake. Fast approaching third place, Rob Trustler. So Michael Metzler on a charge. Looks like he's trying to put everybody a lap down, but 1 lap to go now. He may well get past Rob Trustler in that Formula 2 to put him a lap down. Rob is in third spot, but Cy Francis, well, he's not going to catch him. Cy's just gone through the line. Out of the lake for the last time, Michael Metzler, number 5, takes the final week win of the weekend in that Formula 1. Looking back for second, that's going to be number 2, Cy Francis, again the Formula 1, just exiting the lake now. So Cy Francis takes second spot. Third spot is going to go to 119, Rob Trustler in the Formula 2. I'll just wait for them to come through before I go through those positions. Fourth spot will go to Luke Hudson, number 46. Fifth goes to 7, Abby Bill, and sixth goes to Josh Morales for number 43. Seventh goes to 48, Josh Trustler. Eighth goes to 61, Katrina Palfrey. Ninth goes to 59, Oscar Lewington. And last but not least, 10th spot, 144, Richard Pound. that is our racing done for today, the weekend, and that is our season done. So, for those of you that have come along to watch the racing here at Whittlebury, I hope you've enjoyed the racing today. Don't forget that the main club website for the whole of the UK is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. It's the Chilterns branch that's organised this event. So if you want to find out more information, obviously you can follow us and find out about the events next year through the main club website, or you can follow us on Twitter/X, Facebook or Instagram. And the handle for all three of those is at official HCGB. Right, it just remains for me to say thank you very much for coming along to watch today, or if you've been here for the whole weekend, brilliant. We look forward to seeing you again next year, and have a safe journey home. Right, club members, it's now time to pack up. We've come to that bit of the day where we now need to start packing up. Please remember, if you are helping to take the course down, leave the posts. We have to fill those holes in. So if you are helping take the catch netting down on the course, please leave the posts in. We have to fill them in with soil. So just take the netting off, get it rolled up. That's not an issue, but leave the posts.